data centers, which is expensive to maintain. The security of these data centers must also be looked at. After this, we had three questions which came in. The first one, why don't we use the University of the Gambia students, most especially graduates of computer science, to create e-commerce apps if the students were graduating at least between 20 and 25 students a year? The second one, why don't we want a digital economy and what can be done to build this? The third one, do we have a mechanism in place to protect the privacy and data of the patients in the healthcare system? All these questions centered around capacity building. Once we have the people on ground who can do the work that is needed in building the digital economy, plans can be followed through in achieving what we want to do as a society. Thank you.
Robert Horst. There was a good elaboration of yesterday's event and the panels. Thank you so much for the work invested in giving us a recap of what was discussed yesterday. So we will hand the mic to the floor if any of you have any questions to ask regarding yesterday's discussions or dialogue. If there are no questions, I guess we will move. Okay, if there are no questions, I guess we can go for the coffee break and then come back to assume the next session that we have to have. So let's take a quick coffee break and then come back for the first session for today.
45 minutes.
45 minutes.
No, 25 minutes.
25 minutes. So we can go and then do it very fast.
Yeah. So let our remote host know we are going for coffee break. We will be back in 25 minutes time.
This is for you.
Huh? Which mic? No, the Zoom mic should be on. Mute it. Okay, mute it. welcome. And I'm going to be handing over now the two sub-team 3. I'm Consulate, your national resource person for the West African Internet Governance Forum, the Gambian Chapter. So I'm going to get sub-team 3, our first session for today, and to start. The moderator for this session is sub-team 3, where we are in terms of data protection and privacy in the Gambia, is Mr. Denver Kande. He's an activist and is also a lecturer in the University of Gambia School of Journalism. So, Denver, please come over to the high table here. I'm also going to introduce Dauda from the Gambia set. So please, Dauda, come. He's representing Mr. Max Jonga. I have the president of the Gambia Cyber Security Alliance, Mr. Amadou Keba, who is also supposed to be here. So Amadou Keba, please. We have for the representative from the National Human Rights Commission. Who is that? Please. What's the name, sir? Afidin. Afidin Sissoko. From the Gambia Press Union, we have the Lamin Jahate. Is he here? Okay, Nasiru. And the One Project, Mr. Digital Rights Activist, Aliyu Badara Sow, and also a farmer. So where's Aliyu Badara Sow? He's a bougie farmer, as they say. So we have from UNDP, we have the head of the experimentation at the UNDP Accelerator Lab, Omar Jai, please join. Please take the space, I will soon stand up. And I think we have for MOICI, Picto Sanosi Drame. Is he here? No, that's the, yes, in this session, it's a big session, it's 7 panelists. Okay, so yes, you can come and sit here. So the whole idea is the same format as yesterday. The moderator, Mr. Demba Kande, will ask questions as need be to his panelists. At the end of all the questions, there will be a question and answer session. Hadija will be following up that on the online forum. Okay, so we will be at the end of this session, the question and answer. Hadija will moderate the question and answer, supporting members to take online questions first, and then the in-person questions later. So I hand over to Demba. Demba, over to you. Thank you. The session begins. Thank you.
I am not digital savvy. All right, but the mic is on. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. My name is Delma Kanda. I work for the University of the Gambia School of Journalism and Digital Media. Thank you all for coming, and we'll start with a little bit of background, and little bit about our panelists before we go into the session proper. So what I intend to do is, our session is where are we in terms of data protection and privacy in the Gambia. There are a lot of issues, a lot of examples, a lot of matters, and we are really a very diverse panel to discuss all of these things very heavily. What I intend to do is start with an introductory 2 minutes for each of my panelists. And just quickly talk about your work and your interest in relation to data protection and privacy in 2 minutes. And then I'll ask a few round of questions, but at some point we'll open the floor for questions from the floor as well as from our remote participants if you have any questions. So I will start from the right, the extreme right. Please feel free to turn on your mic and take 90 to 120 seconds to tell us a bit about yourself and your work in relation to data protection and privacy. Thank you.
Okay, I think everyone can hear me. Good morning, everyone. My name is Omar Tain, and I work with UNDP. The UNDP Accelerator Lab is the unit which I'm a part of. And what we do with UNDP, of course, is to support the development agenda of the Gambia. And this includes supporting ministries, departments, and agencies, of course. And in 2019, what UNDP tried to do was to engage more with the private sector and work with people that are below the radar. So people that are not your conventional partners, but those that are in the communities, those in the grassroots. And of course, a lot of startups as well, because nowadays a lot of young people are into entrepreneurship. So this unit called the Accelerator Lab was formed in 2019, and I was recruited as the team lead to support this process along with 2 other colleagues. One is the head of solutions mapping, which basically does that outreach that I mentioned, going into communities and trying to engage. And then the second one is the head of exploration, which is trying to capture trends and patterns that are out there. And with that, we then deliberate on how to design experiments, really small tests to see what works and what doesn't work. So in a nutshell, that's who I am. As a background, I'm a science, technology, and innovation student. At a bachelor's level, I am economics and political science, and my interest is innovation and entrepreneurship. So that's a little bit about myself, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omar. I think Stancy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is SIMULCASTS. I work with the Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure as an principal ICT Information Technology Officer. I also am responsible for person for the protection and privacy of the ministry alongside with cybersecurity as well. I also chair the data protection and privacy committee that was set by the ministry. It's a multi-stakeholder committee which advises on formulation of policies and legal instruments for data protection and privacy. I also have expertise in other areas in the ministry, policy advisory, participating in policy reviews and formulation, and also overseeing some ICT infrastructure of government, especially the government data center, as a supervisory oversight or having oversight over those roles in addition to other functions. So my core specialty is cybersecurity. So I think that's all.
Thank you very much. To have you. Bayra, please.
Good morning, everyone. I live so. You by Bayra Pulo. I am a farmer. No man, and it's not called music farmer. I work with the Given Project in Gambia as the country coordinator. With the Given Project, we very much invested in digital rights issues in the country, internet access, things like data protection, cyber security. We've been organizing a lot of outreach programs in this aspect and also organizing a lot of training on cybersecurity, on digital literacy. So I'm happy to be here.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daud GM Start Analyst. Basically, GM Start is short abbreviation of the Gambia Computer System Incident Response Team. This is a new entity that is recently set up by Kura in collaboration with MOICI. After several consultations that span from 2011 to 2019. Initially, it started in 2011, where IT conducted a readiness assessment for the implementation of a SAT. This was followed in 2014 with MOICI signing an MOU with ITU and World through the Worship project. And then subsequently in 2018, the World Bank and the Cybersecurity Capacity Center also conducted a maturity assessment model for Gambia using this 5 dimensions. And one of them was the cyber policy and strategy. And this initiated a partnership between MOICI and Pura. And later on, the SAT was established. So the main aim of the SAT is to monitor the cyber space of the Gambia, where they will monitor the threats and also address the threats. Not only that, but also to find risk that is associated with cyber threats. So basically, in a nutshell, this GMSAT abbreviated is the government and national cybersecurity. It's the government and national cybersecurity resources place for professionals. So basically, we started operating in at the middle of the pandemic, and then as you all know, a lot of activities have been going on during the pandemic, especially people shifting from home place to online. And then just to give you a quick overview, actually during 2019 and compared to 2020, manual activities have increased by 300%. Likewise, ransomware has also increased by 400%. So this shows you the level of threat that is associated with online activities. And for the Gambia, it's not a matter of if, but matter of when. And we have recently seen some such activities that are happening within our local context. And recently, we also have seen a lot of people, a lot of companies that are trying to go online, especially the companies that IEC, where they collect data and others. And probably, well, it's just a matter of, but later on, I believe we will soon be moving online. So basically, the main aim of this act is to make sure that we secure the cyberspace of the Gambia. And then we have started working with our stakeholders, and then we started conducting training. That is to make sure that we get the stakeholders to buy the idea before we move to the public. So if I don't mistake, this is for Stephen that the start is starting, and we hope to start on. But right now, I think our software probably, but soon we will hear from us probably in next couple of months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dowden. I'll pass the mic on.
Good morning. I am Nasiruddin. I am Programs Officer for Freedom of Expression at the Gambia Press Union. Some of the union's core mandates are to promote free speech, press freedom, and even accountable governance in Gambia. With regards to data protection in the media, one of the important things that data protection is relevant to the media, the issue of sources, protection of sources. This is why we are invested in the issue of data protection. For example, a journalist gets some information from a source, but should have the right to protect the identity of that source. We've seen in certain government or in certain political scenarios wherein the protection of sources is vital. because you could put the life of that source in danger. So we invested in data protection due to that. And also we've seen also the level of, there's an increase in internet usage, but there's no awareness of the threats that it poses, the threats related to data protection. So we also invested in raising awareness of how this threat on the use of social media and other online sources, what that does to the issue of data protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Amadou Iba, the president of the Gambia Cyber Security Alliance. Gambia Cyber Security Alliance the name is not new in the Gambia because we have been one of the leading organizations to serve as a push factor for the government of the Gambia to help us have policies and frameworks ranging from cybercrime bill to the cybersecurity strategy document, data protection, and privacy bill. And the Gambia cybersecurity has been in the forefront in all these specific subcommittees in formulating these legal frameworks. For us at our organization, what we do, we serve as a professional civil society organization that stands out there to make noise and make the voice of the voiceless heard by the government. When you come in terms of our privacy, but also the protection of our data as far as the citizenry is concerned. So we have been doing a lot of other activities out there with other civil society organizations like the GIF1 project, Gambia Press Union, to conduct trainings, and also recently the GMC SAT to conduct trainings to increase the level of awareness in terms of data protection and cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least. Request that you remove your mic. Will you speak in?
I think I'll be able to. Good morning.
Followers don't get it with the mic, with the mic. Face mask, sorry.
Okay, good morning. I am Hafiz Sisao. I work with National Human Rights Commission and as an IT official. The National Human Rights Commission, as you know, is an independent institution set up by an act of parliament to promote human rights issues in the Gambia. And we realize that much of all what the other previous speakers have said in their introduction, they were talking about rights, where right of individuals, access to data, privacy, all those things are rights, and these are exactly what National Human Rights Commission is established to protect and promote. We all the other activities of National Human Rights Commission includes the monitoring and investigation of the right abuse cases, as well as conduct legal clinics where they will help people to do their civil and constitutional rights. We also nurture a culture of respect of human rights within the table. And they also redresses issues that may emerge between individuals and institutions related to right violations. National Human Rights Commission receives complaints and they also investigate those complaints related to human rights abuses by brought to the institution by individuals and even associations. When we talk about data protection and the privacy, the data that we are protecting would have to belong to somebody, and the privacy relate to an individual or group of people. So if there is no proper protection on those data, and that the privacy is not respected, that's a great influence on the right abuses of those individuals. So that's why it's very important to make sure that human rights captured the data protection and the receipt of the individuals. For example, in today's world, currently, in fact, we are all aware of it, where a lot of issues are coming on the social media. People have their rights being violated, people have been abused and bullied on the social media. We have our data that's being captured by service providers, the banks, the GSM companies. All those data can be used, and if there is no proper policies and regulatory measures, the data can be used against those people, against their will. So that's why it's important the rights and the policies and the regulatory frameworks we define in protecting the rights of people. And that's the position of National Human Rights Commission to promote and protect human rights in all sectors of the country.
Thank you very much, Hafidi, and I think that gives us a very good way into this session. But before we do, I wanted to point out that yes, we have an all-man panel, but this was not by design. I think I can speak for the advisory committee when I say that they invited the institution to send in a representative, not knowing that everyone would be a man here. So just so you know, because the issues we're dealing with are not peculiar to men only. They're affecting all of us as men and women and young people and old people and everybody in that sense. So if I may start with you, Mr. Sanusi. The Gambia doesn't have any data protection legislation, but I wanted you to please give us a little bit, because you're working groups advising government through the ICT ministry on policy and so on and so on. It was an overview of the policy framework, very briefly, the first policy framework on data protection as well as privacy in the Gambia. Thank
you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mario. First of all, data protection, because I want to highlight that point, is a very important element to ensure the fundamental human rights of people or individuals. Knowing the fact that this particular area is so vital to our fundamental human rights, the government made it as one of their activities to ensure we have the right enabling environment, conducive enabling environment. So I would just like to clarify a little bit that we do have legislation on data protection since 2009, but the legislation was part of provisions in the Information and Communication Act 2009. The limitations, however, has prompted the need for us to go forward to draft a holistic, separate legislation that is more comprehensive, taking into account recent advancement in technology and some of the issues that is brought forth regarding data protection. So the provisions that we have in the Information Communication Act of 2009, mainly known as the IC Act, is data processing of personal data of individuals or personal personnel. How to protect that is mostly focusing on service providers, information and communication service providers. So we can see there's a limitation. Even if you go deep down into the details of that provision, you will see that it's focusing on subscriber data, data that resides with telecom operators, or data that is requested by telecom operators or internet service providers and similar institutions like that. It doesn't look much into banks and other companies that process data. of the various levels. And it also does not clearly define the role of processors as well as computer controllers, as well as putting in provisions that are elaborate for safeguarding those processing of those data. So the ministry in 2018 or the beginning of 2019, if I can recall fully, we embarked on a journey involving the Council of Europe to support us in the formulation of a data protection and privacy policy. This was, however, achieved. This was achieved in the same 2019. We were able to put together a data protection and privacy policy and strategy. The following year, I think early in January, it was adopted by Cabinet. And as part of the strategy of this policy, it has recommended for us to adopt a national legislation which is holistic that deals with data protection and privacy. So a step forward, we have engaged the Council of Europe to support us in formulating what we call the Gambia Data Protection and Privacy Policy Bill of 2021. This bill, as part of its formulation process, involved the engagement of various stakeholders, civil society, private sector, as well as the public society. And in that process, we formulated the Data Protection and Privacy Committee. This committee served as a scrutinizing body or a review body to look into that bill, the draft bill, before it gets to the largest stakeholder community and post validation, meaning after it has been validated, to have a second look at it, and also to add its input as a committee to the document and be able to ensure it is enriched and the context of the Gambia while taking consideration of best practices, international best practices, be observed in that document, which was not. So as we stand right now, the Data Protection and Privacy Bill has been submitted to the Ministry of Justice for their final review before we forward it to Cabinet and subsequent forwarding to the National Assembly for tabling, considering or hoping or expecting it to be enacted into law. So when that becomes enacted into law, we now have a framework that observes international best practices while setting context of our domestic and regional considerations into the bill.
Thank you. Unless you wanted to add something more, I wanted to, so that we can get more people to speak. Thank you very much, Absolutely. When I said that we don't have a holistic law on data protection and all, that's what I meant. But I'm glad you've made the clarifications very well. If I come to you, give one and a lot of other stakeholders deal with people and constituents that experience various forms of issues around data protection and privacy. When Dowd was speaking, he talks about the increase in ransomware, malware, and other incidents. In terms of your work and the work of people in particular around data protection and privacy, what are some of the regular issues that you come across in society?
Thank you very much, Demba, for that short question. This is something for that I was going to come to that. As regarding we don't have a data protection because looking at the ICT Act of 2009, there's a lot of leeways most of the laws in the Gambia, sometimes they really ambiguous when it comes to certain issues. Before I come to the question, it is like, for instance, technology, everything that we've been doing offline, it has to be 100%. Yeah, because everything that we're doing offline now is transferred to online, and then technology is something that we have to move at a certain speed. If not, we cannot catch up with the situation. They've made a good Ministry of IC, Communication and Technology, made an amendment that I was telling you, I understand it was passed under the 2009 ICT Act, which the amendment is really good. Hopefully, they will implement this. Gambia, when it comes to implementation of this, there is a problem. So, like, when you talk about data protection and cybersecurity in this country, the awareness is very low. So, this is what the government has been involved with organizing more training in relation to this. Like, that's where our partnership with the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance come to, like, training people on some of these cyber issues. Like, because you can have good laws, but the citizens also have to have an understanding of how much information are we giving out there for people to use. Considering we don't have some of these laws, it's they easily abused, or maybe the people doing it don't know. Sometimes the biggest violators of this is the government, because most of the time they put words like national security issues, and when you don't have oversight uh, 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 structures that would look into some of these things, there's a problem. Like the constitution that we have in before the amendment in 2009 ICT Act, the police officer can just walk to one of the telephones and call a telephone, get a record of a telephone conversation without an oversight, like going through a certain process, maybe digital oversight to give that authorization. But with the amendment that we were discussing earlier on, now that it's there, so we need to work on that awareness, like investors, lawmakers, security officers, people that are implementing some of these things, judiciary, to know some of these things are implications there, right? Because recently I talk about this a lot of times that there's serious data harvesting in this country. Like we have the biometric data information that's being collected about us. Right now, we just concluded IEC voter registration. This has they collect a lot of information about us. Where is data being stored? We don't even have a data center in the country where we talk about. But these are serious national security issues. That data of your country is being stored in another country that you don't even have control over. Someone is watching. Right? So this is some of the things that we go through, and I think Gambia can do better when it comes to data protection and cybersecurity.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that. I think it's very essential to know that the awareness raising is very, very critical in terms of dealing with data protection and privacy issues, especially as more people go online. If I come to Omar Chan, you work with a lot of small businesses, private sector, that are trying to also go digital. And my question is, what are the protection? Are there any data protection challenges or privacy issues that some of these small businesses face? And if there are, what are they?
Okay, thank you for that question. So with UNDP and the accelerator activity there, when it comes to issues of data management, that makes sense. Okay, let me try now. Maybe the tech people can help us with the interference. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I think that we are steady. So thank you for that question. For the UNDP and UNDP Accelerator Lab in particular, when it comes to issues of data, I think we start by working with the public sector. So who would being the regulatory agencies is who we would start to work with. But indeed, we do work with vendors who are working in data and data collection. And some of the concerns that they expressed to us were captured here. For example, the fact that the service providers are the main custodians, if you will. And when it comes to the service providers, they are beholden to PURA, and that's where our starting point is. But what they also expressed to us is that there's an issue of tech literacy, low tech literacy in the Gambia. So when you try to generate data, whether it be to digitize a service or something else, if there's an issue of tech literacy, then you might not be able to get that critical mass to have an impact. A recent example is when the Lumos were shut down as a result of the COVID closures. We developed the e-commerce platform so that the traders would be able to continue trading. So this e-commerce platform, you can imagine those are the weekly Lumo traders, and for your foreign audience, that's informal weekly markets. They are not tech literate. So what we tried to do was basically have the first interactive voice recorder system in the Gambia. That's basically like if you have telephone banking, you can dial a short number and you get an operator to be able to place your order. And the issue that we ran into there was again in the management of the service by the telcos, so the service providers once again. So young entrepreneurs are trying to digitize the sectors and services that we didn't think could be digital or could go digital. And that's really where we find the largest impact, right? So example being with the Lumos. Another example would be just with the people with disability community as well, trying to work with them, trying to work with students when it comes to e-learning aspects. So again, a lot of these would have to fall back to the service providers because with Gambia, the smartphone has the largest penetration. So a lot of guys might not be accessing these services on other platforms, but through smartphones. So by default, they'll have to go through these service providers. And what we're trying to do there is again work with the likes of MOICI to push through and support where we can legislation, support institutions and entities like the NHRC to make sure that this data is being protected. And where I would like to end this, we may have 17 SDGs, but maybe none of them says anything about, digital or data identity, if you will. So what we have in UNDP is called digital by default, and that's what we try to do with our youth programming. Whatever we do to support the local governments, we try to ensure that there's an element of digitization or digital inclusion. And this policy is definitely something that we in the Accelerator Lab try to permeate in other units in UNDP, whether it's our environment unit or governance or poverty. We always try to see how to make sure that there's an element of digitization and digital. So in a way, this is kind of what we've been facing and how we are managing it with private actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Omar, for that. I think the increased digitization of commerce and other activities and internationally, collaboration of private, public, and all the stakeholders in terms of finding suitable regulations at the right time there. I think another welcome incident is the start. This has been talked about since 2014, I remember very well. And you come at a very critical time. The pandemic hit, you mentioned earlier, a lot more people online, a lot of things couldn't happen face to face. So my question is, what are the most common incidents that you deal with since you set up today?
Okay, thank you for that question. At this time right now, we have not yet opened up to the public. So because what we do right now, we are working with our stakeholders, which we come as the CNIs, the national. Yeah, and those are sometimes we connected it, which was collected by the World Bank. So it's through those that we identify that we work directly with. Okay? And then it's interesting to know that we have started receiving some incidents, especially from our outside partners. Because I can remember some time ago we received from Europe through the there's a malware called Emotet. Okay, and then that Emotet is a malware system that infects some IP addresses in Gambia. have to send it to us and we put that in that particular company. So to say we have really started like this week to put some let's say to analyze to that this is most common, this is most common. But what we have realized is through using CDR, cyber threat intelligence, what we have realized is that there are so many incidents that are happening that really when we run that CPI, we realize that some of the issues are misconfiguration. We have our systems. We also have our botnet. So, but at our level right now, we have not yet like what we will is just try to do an internal analysis. Okay, to see the cyberspace in the Gambia. Until we have opened up, then we should be able to give you a comprehensive statistics. But this is the example of cyberspace in Gambia.
Thank you very much, Dawda. This is something relevant to related to what Amadou and his team do. And in your intro, you mentioned that you work with the security sector. So maybe you can talk to us a little bit about the incidents that you also dealt with more recently. What are the nature of impact? Are they related to the protection and privacy issues?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. Coming to the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, we basically operate on four specific dimensions when it comes in terms of privacy. The first one is to make sure we have fair and transparent and lawful processing of personal data. And second one is data minimization. And the third one is data security. And the final one, which is accountability. These four dimensions are very, very important pillars as far as the Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance is concerned. Last year, we recorded so many incidences, and this was compiled in a form of a national report, and it was submitted to the Ministry of Information and Communication Infrastructure, and it was closely coordinated with the Gambia Police Force. So incidents are happening when they come in terms of violating people's rights, in terms of privacy. When we talk of instances of sharing somebody's content without his consent, this is very, very common in the Gambia. And people are taking this to be lawful, and they don't see anything wrong with sharing someone's content without his notice. WhatsApp is the greatest engine when you come in terms of masterminding these activities in this country. But all these things boil down to one bigger picture, which Madara just mentioned, that is in terms of awareness. And this is where Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, GIF1, and all the other partners comes to play. That is to make sure that we create that avenue to increase awareness for people to know what need to be shared online and what need not to be shared online. And also taking cognizance of some of the highly sensitive personal data that we have. Because in the Gambia, I can tell you, we supply too much information on the internet, too much information on the internet. We are taking cognizance of when you're dealing with a social media, a giant social media platform, let's say like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, just to name a few, and you're using these services for free. What I always tell people is that if you're getting a service for free, know that you are the product. So they're making money out of you. They're making money out of the data that you providing out there. You tend to ask yourself if you are a fan of football, Facebook will always bring you football ads. If you are a fan of playing games, you will keep seeing game ads. If you are a fan of fashion, you will keep receiving ads in that domain. So coming home to the Gambia, I think we need to change our attitudes and encourage data localization also, which is very, very important, which Badara talked about, to make sure our data are being localized, contents are being localized. And if these things happen, honestly, it is going to be very, very easy for us to embrace the data protection and privacy as far as
our personal data are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amadu. That's very good. If I come to you, Nasir, journalists, I think you mentioned in your intro that deal with a lot of sources and sometimes by default, a lot of data protection issues and privacy matters. In terms of, Sanusi mentioned the gaps that exist in terms of the legal framework for data protection. From a journalistic point of view, what sort of additions would you like to see in terms of building of a data protection legislative framework?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Moderator. All right, sorry about that. Okay, back in December 2018, the GBU submitted a position paper to the Constitutional Review Commission. And one of the things we were asking, or we recommended that it include, was the media rights. One of the media rights we wanted is the right for journalists to not disclose, or they have the exercise the right to not disclose the sources of their information. This was important for us because, for example, we had a project on investigative journalism for accountable governance. So let's say investigative journalists, for example, who are trying to expose a corruption scandal, they have whistleblowers within a corporation or a public corporation, and those whistleblowers reveal the information. Now, the people who have been exposed will have an incentive to find out who within the corporation revealed this information. That's why it was important to have a media right which prevents the disclosure of information of whistleblowers. So if you check the draft constitution of 2020, Article 43 to be exact, where they have media rights, there's a right to prevent the disclosure of sources of information. Now, unfortunately, that constitution did not pass. So right now we are seeking that whatever Data Protection Act comes into force in the coming months or years should include the right for journalists and media workers to not to have the right to not disclose the sources of their information. And this will have a great effect on accountable governance, because as we see, investigative journalists, given example such as Mustafa K. Dabo, who has unraveled a lot of some of the scandals that happened from COVID-19 to the GRA. So we need these rights to be captured within the legislative framework, whether in the constitution or, since the constitution is not passed, now in a legislative instrument, such as an act. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Asir. It's a very good point. If I come to you, Hafidi, so the Human Rights Commission, have you any cases so far? Have you received any cases or referrals of cases around privacy and data protection at the commission? And if you have, how do you deal with it? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And at the Human Rights Commission, and technically not at the investigative department where I would be able to receive complaints related to abuses, but then most of the complaints that are coming there are not technically related to data protection or privacy abuses. Probably that may have something to do with the people's awareness that have been highlighted by other speakers. How much of our population are aware that certain things that are happening online related to them are abuse of their rights, and that they should challenge some of those things through probably the National Human Rights Commission, and that would be addressed if that come there. So that awareness factor is main, for me, is a main key factor that should be critically considered. How do you complain that your rights is abused if you don't recognize that, in fact, this is an abuse on my right? Okay, so the speaker spoke about the data from the telecom companies. The speaker spoke about where the police would go to a telecom company and get the data about you. And that would be an abuse because, for example, where did he get the authority to get that data, to come and collect that data? A clear example was where a police officer called me and asked for my location. I gave him my location, and he gave me a printout with my number on it that I called somebody in the university without any evidence of a complaint being lodged, without any official documentation. In fact, he came with the person, the complainant, all the way to my location. But then, unlike other people, I know how it means because that record, what he brought in, I already knew something about that record. I knew the office it came from, and I know everything about that record more than he, the police officer. So I know my rights in that area. But how many people are in that situation? So that if people are aware of their rights on the social media, on the internet, as you see, and on their presence on the internet, they would be able to come to the National Human Rights Commission and relate those abuses. You see, my data being published on the social media doesn't mean that I don't have right over the data. So yes, I have a duty and responsibility to publish, know what to publish online and what not to publish, share online. But the reality is, being sharing online doesn't mean that I don't have any more rights over it. And that people will use other people's previous records that are found on the internet, and they will use those things as an abuse on them, take them on ransom, and they try to bully them. Those things could be reported to the National Human Rights Commission, and definitely they will be taken better, and they will better manage and address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Haveli, for that. We'll go for another round, but in a minute, we'll open the floor. So if you have questions, I don't know if there's a roving mic then. Okay, good. So get ready to ask your questions or make comments, but I will request that you please be brief so we can accommodate as many people as possible. So between 30 and 60 seconds, if you can manage, that would be really great. But as you get ready, I wanted to make a quick intervention, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Demba. In relation to what he was saying, I made the comment in relation to like a police officer can work to a telecoms company. Sometimes the intents and can be a good thing, but the way it is handled, some people might still have like a different agenda in no listen. Because typically, part of the given submission, there was included like how that particular clause in the constitution or whatever can be looked into. But now with the 2020 ICT amendment came up with the oversight mechanism where we need to go there. But how many of them will go through that channel? Because right now it's working for the police in relation to mobile theft cases. For instance, if the mobile phone is stolen, uh, the police will ask you to pay $1,000 or so. So what they do with that is they go to the telecoms company, apply for whatever like the call records. So for instance, even if your SIM card is being removed and another SIM card being placed in that phone. So when the person calls, there is a way that they can track. Because I had a theft case and that was the same system that was used to track this thief until he was caught. So in one aspect, it is a good thing. But when it doesn't have that oversight, like he was talking about, that is where it is going to abuse that people can use it at their advantage because some people were victims of this. Even one time, one of the ministers here in the government made an irresponsible comment in relation to saying, you know all the things that you say in your WhatsApp group came from a state minister in the country. So sometimes we underestimate the capabilities of our government or our security forces when it comes to like, infringing into some of our rights when it comes to data protection. But when you have these laws in place, it can help you to seek redress, like through the National Human Rights Commission, or even take the case, like start a litigation and the ECOWAS goes. But sometimes we have some of these things as these minimal problems in relation to, or sometimes they can be serious issues. And I hope when the data protection bill comes, we can have some of these things inside where it can protect the citizens and create that redress mechanisms. If it is not respected in the Gambia, the country is as party to most of these conventions that you can go to the ECOWAS court in trying to seek for redress. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, brother. Do we have any questions at this point? And you can direct any questions to people. Okay. Yeah, most of you following us from online as well, please feel free to send in your questions if you have any. You can either speak using your mic, you can unmute and speak, and we'll hear you, hopefully. Or you can send your questions through the chat box facility. So while we await your questions, I have a question for Sanusi. A lot of these issues really come back to government because you're the duty bearer in a lot of these things. So, in terms of the draft legislation and all of the issues that's been, I think you might want to say a little bit about forced content localization and the massive collection. Because there's a lot of collection going on. Every agency, every organization collecting data on their own and so on. So why can't we have sort of centralized, especially public sector, data processing to increase our safety and security issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Demba. That's an interesting question. One thing that the data protection and privacy is looking to achieve, it generalizes data processors. Like it is not specific. Data processing cannot be entirely under one single entity. An entity can qualify to be a processor or a controller. So that can be an individual. Me and you, we can set up and process some data, but we are providing a service to our customers. For example, we are selling, let's say, bananas. But for you to buy the banana, I don't know whether this applies. You have to show some data for us to collect, or I can give a better scenario. But what you are selling, the goods that you are selling, for example, let's say certain goods like firearms, let me put that, like pistols, guns, and all that stuff. You are selling those, but you want to have the identity of the buyer because that gun and who is licensed to needs to be on record. So for that person, in the event that there is a crime that law enforcement needs to investigate, now in the provision of data protection bill, there is what we call the exceptions, and these exceptions cover research and development or data needed because of the public interest, and this comes within the public interest domain or for national security. These are exceptions. This is where law enforcement have to get access to that data to know the background of the culprit. So there's a section that is describing what constitutes of sensitive data. This is where most public debaters, even internationally, what constitutes of sensitive data. Some people bring in other stuff, which is not customs or values that applies in other regions or countries. So they want to categorize it as sensitive data, where in those environments, those data cannot be sensitive because it is encouraging the how to call it, or it is kind of shielding the practice that is not acceptable within that particular jurisprudence. So what I would say to that, for data to be centralized will be difficult, but there are entities that can centralize their own data services. But again, that has to come from feeds that are written to the community that will feed into the central database. So that data controller will have to be held accountable if he discloses the data, the sensitive data of that data subject, that is the individual, without the individual's consent. And also, if the data is to cross between borders from, let's say, our country to another country, the data protection bill that we've drafted has provisions of transborder data. In fact, it has become, during the validation, it was a hot topic that data should be allowed on exceptions to be transmitted if they are not appropriate safeguards. In even that, there are medical emergencies or other stuff. But we debated and say that can be how do you call it? It can be an opportunity for people who want to manipulate people's data to use that as an excuse. So we say in this day and age, technology is such that you cannot say you don't have appropriate safeguards in other countries to protect people's data. So Facebook or whatever, I don't want to name companies, but whatever company is access our data because it's in our jurisprudence and going to their jurisprudence, we should ensure that we have appropriate laws that say, okay, you have to make sure that this data that's flowing into these countries on internet servers has to be protected. So this is what we have.
Thank you. I think that's very clear. Do we have any questions at this point? Okay, I see a few hands in the room. Online, we don't have any as of yet. Can we have somebody have with the mic? Okay, as we do that, Amadou, you wanted to say something? Please.
Yes.
There's a question online, I understand. Can you look into it out?
The person wants to know the status of the draft Data Protection Act.
Well, I think Sanusi mentioned that already, but we will note the question. We'll take a couple together and then we'll respond to that. Okay, thank you.
Okay. My name is Ismail Jawara, and I am an individual security researcher, I would say, computer security researcher. My first question goes to the Gambia government, that's Ministry, MOICI. Sorry, today you will be very disturbed. So my question is, does the Gambia government have any cybersecurity, I would say, enough cybersecurity professionals to be able to actually self-guard us or safeguard us against hackers? Sorry, cyber criminals. And I have another question, which is to Mr. Ba. When you look at the global, computer security domain, this is what the world is doing. They don't just rely on paid, cybersecurity professionals, but they make it open now to individual security researchers to be able to do investigation and, in fact, come in assistant to the government if there is any case. So, Mr. Wan, do you think it is a great idea or something that we can do as Gambians at some point? Because when you look at it, like myself and the GCSA have been processing incidents, cyber incidents. That is why we are able to provide statistics based on the reports that were sent to us. Now, at some point I asked back, is this legal or is this illegal? Like, am I going to be in trouble for helping somebody to get to know who hacked into his computer or who tried to do something? So what are the laws or what is the government doing in regards to protecting me as a hacker, doing it for good purposes? Thank you.
Thank you. There's another question? Okay. There are a few here in front. While you come to them, I think I'm going to respond.
Thank you very much, Ismaila. That's a very, very good question. First, I would like to give you an example of myself. I spent a lot of time, I can tell you, a lot of time supporting the Gambia Police Force in cybercrime investigations. And it's lawful. It's not a crime to support your government. You talk about capacity. Sanusi will address that part. But if we believe the capacity is not there, the human resource is lacking, and people like you, at most instances, I engage you at most instances. Sometimes if I'm busy, I call on you to send you to go and address some of those issues. So yes, it is okay as a professional in your domain as an individual to support the government because to me, if I'm to ask government on consultancy to pay me some of these services, take it from me. By now, I would have been a millionaire because I can count the amount of incidences You understand? And cybercrime cases that I support the Gambia police force on to investigate some of these incidents. Some are even across the border, cases involving issues going to Senegal, going to Namibia, going to Benin, Tanzania. We have one case as far as Korea. So it's not a crime. What isn't going to be a crime is if you help the police to violate the rights of the citizens. That is a crime. For instance, if the police calls you and says, we want you to hack into the mobile phone of Demba for us to know what Demba is doing, and without the police coming with any legal jurisdiction, that is illegal. And we, as a Gambia Cyber Security Alliance, does not encourage any of our members or our volunteers to engage into such activities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I would just to add that as such, if you're working with security sector or security services in this kind of work, it's always important also that you familiarize with yourself with the basic regulations. So where you may be requested to do something that you maybe a little bit extra, you might know how to say no and just for your own protection as well. I'm saying that by nature, some of the other questions are directed at you, but also the panelists, if you feel like anything that you want to chime in, please feel free. The first question was somebody wanted to know the state of the data protection, which you already mentioned anyway, but just a quick reminder. And the second question is whether or not the Gambia government, to the best of your knowledge, has enough cybersecurity experts to defend us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Demba, and also Ismaila, one who posed the question. This is a very important question. But before I answer your question, I would like to make a comment. Security is a total responsibility. It cuts across all sectors. That's why the modern terminology that is used in the cybersecurity industry is cyber culture and society. That is the totality of everyone's participation in being aware to secure infrastructure, that digital systems, end user systems, so critical infrastructure and the like. But again, the onus lies on the government to ensure that the enabling environment is present, and then to empower private sectors to have the avenue of coming in, playing their role and civil society and everybody. There is no concept of 100% security. That is why security, you cannot see that against cyber criminals. So you can mitigate against risk and threats. So everywhere in the world, cybersecurity professionals are never enough. Even in the US and other countries, they are never enough. We need to build more capacity. That's why, as part of the cybersecurity action plan that we have developed as a ministry, the National Cybersecurity Action Plan, it entails activities that need to be undertaken to create awareness and building capacity of both technical policymakers, and other people, general users in the community. So, as safeguarding against cyber criminals would have to do with the level of awareness of users. Because normally the most compromised or the most cyber attacks come in the form of a user not being aware that there is a risk in engaging in a particular, let's say, using a particular system in a particular way, or failure to protect that of what we call failure to observe safe online practices, or getting phishing, what we call phishing impersonation of websites that look similar to legitimate websites while they are not. And then they use that information that you provide in those data fields to get access to your account. And I want to make mention of these particular cases becoming rampant in the Gambia. People are calling the ministry, they are calling GCSA, they are calling the police, concerning that their Facebooks have been hacked. And then they are seeing their whatever pictures that are not very pleasant being displayed, and they say, this is not me. It's just my head, but the rest is not me. So And sometimes our work is not to confirm whether it's you or not, but our work is to investigate, help them with the police, and advise them. Like, first of all, you should have implemented XYZ, your privacy settings on your Facebook, your passwords. You might have clicked on the wrong link that took you there where they got your information or so on. So we verify you to the police because our ministry right now is responsible for creating the enabling environment for citizens and also to enable other sectors like the GMCs have to function their work while they report to us. But we don't go to the technical end and try to how to call take control of securing all the infrastructure and platforms. That's never possible. So what we it's a collective responsibility. That is why every area that helps needs to help us in the advocacy, the spreading of level of awareness, sensitizing people. So okay. I saw it in my hand. Okay, I'm sorry. All right. So that is one aspect of it. So it's never enough globally. So the other answer, I think the other question, I think that is the status of the cybersecurity. It's not an act yet. It's not a law. It's a bill. So this bill was validated support of the Council of Europe and engaging our experts here in the Gambia, scrutinizing the validation workshop. Now it's at the Minister of Justice. Now we are counting on the Minister of Justice. I don't come from government, but I come from the Minister of Information. I am counting on the Minister of Justice to help us expedite the review process of the data protection and privacy data so that we can forward it in time to cabinet and subsequent forwarding to the National Assembly for consideration for enactment into law. Now it becomes an act. It's enforceable. Now, I just want to also go stress on what Ahmed said on your question that is it legal? Because hacking is considered from a negative perspective by all. Hacking, no, I'm not saying that is the case. Should I continue or wait for that? Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Would they hear us? Yes. When I say hacking is considered as a negative, it's not for me. That is the perception. It's a misconception that hacking, it's a misconception that yeah. So it's a misconception that hacking is negative. Hacking is like a compound or a market.
It's coming, it takes time.
Yeah.
That's what happened yesterday.
Yeah. The mic is moving. Yeah.
But then I'm looking for a way to come.
But remember, this is not part of data protection. No questions on that. I will not answer. All right. Yeah. Okay. It's a misconception out there that hacking is considered. If I say hacking, it's like a company. So also like a market. What a market you have the dark side of the market. Those how is a black market. I don't know why they even the name is black because they should have given a different color. But let's say the negative side of the market, whereby people will see produce property and then resell it. But you have the positive side of the market, where people will sell good materials, advice and things. But again, you have the white hat hackers, you have the gray hat hackers, and you have the black hats. The black hats are considered the criminals. The white hats are the penetration testers. But penetration testing has to be done upon approval of the authority and test. In some countries, scanning is not, if it is not pervasive, if it is just passive scanning. That means you can scan a network and know that the ports that are open in the network, you can just scan. But you cannot go to another level of active. And when that happens, you have infringed rights, even if you are a grey hat. A grey hat is somebody who will go and expose not to the public, but he will pentest your information system without you know that the consumer and say, these are your vulnerabilities, fix it, I'm just helping you. But now, if you are a grey hat, make sure you are in a jurisdiction where that is not a crime. Because here else they can take you to jail. So some people will do this from afar and a different country and do that to your infrastructure. But they're not doing it down. You say, you see, this is I'm advancing you. So you say thank you. But in this country, what they call in the IC Act, unauthorized access to a computer system. It is illegal. So what you need to do, find authorization for you to be a white hat. You don't have to seek for payment, but if you want, you can seek for payment for your services. Then seek for how to call it authorization, and you do your scanning or whatever you want to do. I know we cannot limit you not to do it, but if you do certain things and then you are caught, but the organization might not know your intent. That is why there's another provision that says intent to cause harm, to a computer system. Or now the intent, the unauthorized access, and also modification of data or disclosure of data, altering data or disclosure of data. That's another level of it. So as you go along, the crime, the penalties become more severe and severe. So this is my good advice.
Like someone said like mother, I would quote him. He said, "Press the button. Hello, it's on." Yes. So let's wait.
Go on. Yeah. Okay. What I mentioned here, it says sometimes the biggest violation of data privacy is the violations of the of data privacy. Like Bas said, we are somehow mixed and jumbled up with these people. You get to support them free of charge, and you receive calls from people who are somehow being hacked or scammed online.
But then what happens? If you say, I am black, then I am bad, or gray, I need permission to do that. That's what the access, unauthorized access, right? But then, if the government is doing wrong, like let's say Edward Snowden, for example, he is like some form of a mightier in the data privacy area. Again, but then the point here is, if the government is actually spying on us, how do I kind of come back and say, look, this is wrong when I am not able to actually, in fact, I'm not at the first place, I'm not supposed to knock the door to look inside. I should just stand outside and wait at some point. So all I'm saying is, like for example, the world is doing it. US, Russia, China, they are all doing this. Trying to say unauthorized access, that is some form of legitimation that you guys need to do. It needs to be somehow open at some point where security researchers can come forward, responsibly disclose vulnerabilities or weaknesses to the necessary
authorities at some point. That's what the group is doing. We call it, responsible disclosure at some point.
Thank you. Thank you. Next question. We'll come to you for next question. So we don't have a lot of time, but very quickly.
Yes, my name is Basil J. I'm from the National Council. My question will be directed to the MOICI. I just want to know whether the bill talked about who has access to our previous data, because let's say this information, let's say I'm in a cell at this for the purpose of their business operation, because you might find out that some of the end users might be access to more sensitive data. And again, the next question goes to Mr. So, in your own opinion, hence like the Gambia don't have data center. I think let's say is the Gambia prepared for data breach? Because hence our data is being stored outside. So again, is the Gambia government ready to have data centers?
Thank you, Mr. He wanted to ask a question, and then you can come to answer. Sorry, I used the regional part.
My question goes to Sanusi, who has spoken eloquently to our noble panelists. It's in regards to the Malabo company. I will keep on bringing it. I will keep on bringing it to the family every year. And it's a shame that the Ministry of Information Communication and Infrastructure has done great work in this cybersecurity law, which we are waiting for the justice to do. But at the same time, we have not done anything with Malabo. And if you look at Guinea-Bissau, and that's the point I'm trying to say. You look at Guinea-Bissau have signed recently, and we have to ask ourselves. We said this last year during our what do you call it, our forum, which was virtual. So I would like to know when you can tell Gambians definitely we are going to start. The second question I have is for my activist brothers like Valera, the GCSA. We are an election year. Data protection and privacy, let us not deceive ourselves, it's critical. How are you mobilizing, especially our young people, about the importance of their data? I've been seeing a lot of adverts. Oh, give us your voter's card. And that's a privacy issue. Your voter's card is your personal right. So you people are doing a great job, but how are you working with the ministry and other stakeholders that is out there about protecting your voter's card, protecting your ID card, protecting your information? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kotobukoya. We'll take another set of questions and then
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yes.
I am Maidan from the Ministry of Finance. I just want to ask a brief question. It will be directed to the Ministry of Communication. Looking at it now, we know that we have several cybersecurity experts. Most of them are doing freelancing. So, and they claim to be like the good hackers or whatever. So my question is there any system in place at the ministry level to know these people? Because anybody can come and claim to be a white hat hacker. So is there any system in place to know these are the people that are the good people? And do we do a background check on them to know that these are the good people? Probably the person that is there, like claiming to be helping me, probably is even mining my data. We have seen a record whereby the person that was trying to help actually developed the antivirus, but somebody along the line just retweeted the codes, and it was the code that was used to do the hacking. He engineered the code. So, is there any system in place at the ministry level whereby these people, the white hat hackers, are certified or their data is kept, and is there any background check done on them? Because I need to know the person that is helping me. Is he clean or not?
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll attempt to answer these questions in time. But if there's more time, we'll question. But do you want to start? And it's seeming a lot more questions for Sanusi. So the question for you and I think for Amadou and the other actors on the panel is, what are you doing in terms of mobilizing for protection of privacy and intellectual issues, especially in relation to like 2021?
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamba, and the question. Sanusi, I'm sorry, like you're on your own today. Normally, this is what happens when you have people in authority. It always comes again. In relation to civil society organization, the capacity is not there, even though we're doing our best in relation to the cybersecurity issue. It's very complex, but we cannot take that as an excuse to just lay back and not do things. We're just having this conversation with them, but we need like a digital rights coalition kind of towards the elections where we can engage all the partners and experts. Because he even tweeted something in relation to that what Pons was saying yesterday. A lot of people were taking photos, not even being asked for. They just want to say, I have a voter's card to encourage voters. They put all the information out there, and then the next minute you're just exposing yourself. And in relation to hacking, Gambia, it is happening right now. You know it, you don't know. I was reading this in the Commonwealth cybersecurity report where they interviewed Amadou and the others. It is happening that we don't even know. Sometimes we see, even with these big nations, that the American government were listening from conversation of President Emmanuel Macron or the German Chancellor or the Brazilian president. This is at a higher level. If those people are even affected with this, how about a small country like the Gambia? But if they even central bank, they will not tell you we have inside. This is where they steal the monies, and these people are using VPNs of like the VPNs registered in a different country. You cannot trace it. It is happening with banks. Banks cannot even come out to say this because it will feel like that consumer, it will bring the consumer confidence down. Oh, I'm not going to bank with trust bank because they want the cybersecurity. All of them. Right now, like we here, we see a lot of people from Nigeria, from America, other places that are coming up with these cybersecurity packages. They're selling it to government. I can protect your systems and stuff. They pay them a lot of money, and then like he was saying, they will just come and enter in your system. And so you just gonna do this. It's like doctors or people selling medicine when they want to scare you with other stuff. That's the tactic that they're gonna use all the time. But the honest lies on the government of the Gambia. The civil society is never enough. The private sector will do their own. The government of the Gambia should work with the relevant authorities. For instance, the Ministry of Education, higher education, they're very critical in this. Gambia doesn't have the talent pool. Let's be honest to ourselves. The university doesn't even have a cybersecurity program. I'm not aware of any. I know they have like a general computer science program. These things are very specific. They need to invest in this train of people. The police, you go tell them some of these things. You don't even know. Like, why is the government are mostly the biggest violators when it comes to data breaches and stuff? Like, we've seen how they're buying malwares like the Pegasus and stuff happening here in other countries. And now it's coming to Africa. African governments are buying some of these things just by own citizens. I always joke about this with regulation from Mustafa, how he's really reviewing most of these things happening. It could be a target when it comes to some of these things. This is how they got people like Jamal Khashoggi and stuff. You read most of these reports. They get this malware from Israel or somewhere else. They send it, they target you. You think you are the target because maybe not to that level, but you're exposing corruption and some of these things. You go after you. So most of the time, like I said, we're just worried about our new photos we share online, how they will Photoshop this thing. People say, no, like it's my head, not my body, or whatever. But at the end of the day, the intent is always achieved because at the end of the day, I don't know if you pay money, they blackmail you, even with their laws to protect this. But it's going to be like a continuous thing because the internet is here to stay. People are using it for the good, some bad guys are using it for bad intent. So the government should definitely be honest and invest in some of these things. Just the Ministry of Communication, they need to work with stakeholders, like including some of these avenues for people to excel in relation to this. Myself, I send a lot of complaints to Amado. Sometimes 3 a.m. people will call me because they saw us doing cybersecurity awareness. Have my page, the list, we call Amado, maybe call this. I recently become a cancelled. Simple as Facebook. All their admins were locked out. This is serious stuff. That person could post something before you know this is a fake story or whatever, it's not the truth stuff. How many people will see it? Like in WhatsApp, the next minute, Gambia one people drop in one family WhatsApp group. Within 5 minutes, this thing is from corner to carton. Even the remotest villages, the family app will receive it in a family group. So you will not have the platform to replace some of this. So we need to definitely work towards that. Okay, please.
Okay, just to add on to what where Panda just said, where he just said right now is one of the key aspects of this start. I could say, or key portion of this start. Where you know that if you have something online and you want it to be removed, the SAP are known to be what to be linked with these international bodies like Facebook, Google, and others. So normally they are empowered by law. That's why we work with the ministry to come up with this law so that they can empower us. So right now we're working probably in the next couple of months. If we when we open to the general public, we're working on our portal where citizens can lodge their complaints and also get back to us. So if you find something online, probably that you want to take is genuine and we investigate and we realize that it's genuine, we decide at the start can contact Facebook direct and Facebook Telegram or Google or wherever that content may be. Okay. So that's just a key aspect. And what is also said about the, I think something happened that, but on the cybersecurity professionals globally, if you go online and you study like vacancies, you see a whole lot of vacancies on cybersecurity. That's why among the key five dimensions of this cybersecurity strategy and policy, one of them is what is culture and society, which comes to be mentioned. So I guess the best way for us to move ahead is what the culture of awareness training. Because research has shown that 95% of physical attack happen through email. And then you don't need to be a cyber professional or an expert to be able to get to solve all those things. And a good example is the recent bank scandal here, which you all know. It happened through what? A simple email. I mean, if that company was serious, and a lot of companies are not serious with what? Simple cyber security awareness training. I can remember when I was just contacting some of these institutions about the urban training. And I also would say, no, we already have enough training. Don't worry, we don't need it. That's only to replace it. So it was later that we have to convince them. And just imagine, it's a bank. So sometimes when we do some of this analysis, we can tell you at the start, which bank is more secure and which bank is less secure. But
we look forward to that then. Thank you very much. Just quickly, I'm running out of time, so I'll ask Nasiru and then Amadou. Just quickly.
Yes, it was just to reinforce what Mr. Pons asked on the Malabo protocol. I'd like to highlight that it's not just about signing the agreement. We must be reminded that Gambia is a dualist state. So signing alone will not give effect to the protocol. We have actually signed the ECOWAS Supplementary Act on data protection, but still now they haven't implemented it because it has to be domesticated. It has to come to a domestic act. So signing alone is not good enough. But we have to sign Malabo Convention or protocol, and ratify it and domesticate it. Yes, because even currently it's not enforced because it has to have a certain amount of signatures. We haven't even reached the amount of signatures. So Gambia can contribute to it even coming to force. So there's a need to sign it, there's a need to ratify it, there's a need to domesticate it into a national data protection act.
Thank you, Nasir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to give some hints about what Pons asked with regard to the election here. The Gambia Cybersecurity Alliance, we have a master plan that we're preparing for the election, and we understand a lot of things are ongoing online, and we want to start engaging political leaders to start talking to political leaders for them to understand the concept behind all these WhatsApp scandals that are happening in this country. Then from there, we will roll out a nationwide campaign from Cameroon. Yeah. And I believe my brother from the ministry, the deputy director of ICT is here. So they will be receiving our letter very, very soon. Extra funding as usual to roll out some events. Just to protest a little bit about one specific very important word that Sansi made mention here, that's really exceptions in the law. Now, for us as civil society organizations, this is where we have problem with the government, because when they say exceptions, and okay, exceptions look at what, okay, one of the most important things from Gambia down to United States down to Iceland, the first thing that they tell you is national security. Now, the issue of national security, this is where problem comes. Now, we know government can always use national security as a yardstick, thereby using the data to hunt activists, to hunt journalists, to hunt people who expose massive corruption scandals. So we need to be very, very clear on this point. It's not only Gambia, even the biggest democracy in the world, United States, it happens when the September 11 attack happens, the FBI, they wrote to Apple for Apple to decree to come up with a code that will allow the access to Apple products. And Apple, definitely insisted they're not going to do it. But at the end of the day, what we hear, they were able to crack the phone. But are we sure whether Apple actually provided them with the code? So I think these are some of the things that we need to take very, very seriously. Because if we say exceptions, the police comes and say exception. This is a matter of national security. At the end of the day, he goes and do a matter of what? Personal security or personal interest. So we need to be very, very clear on these points. Thank you.
Yeah, very much. I know you have a lot of stuff to buy, but I just wanted to request if you can be very, very brief. I can remind you questions if you want, or you already. Okay. Exactly. Okay. Yes.
So I don't know where to start. So much questions. Yes. First of all, I just want to make a quick comment on that of Dara regarding research purposes. If you can recall, I did mention in my speech, it's my speech, that there are exceptions for research. But research does not give you the privilege to have individuals computer without unauthorized access. So the exceptions is for research and development. And in so doing, when you reach the level whereby you need to get access to somebody else's computer, now you are infringing the data protection and privacy. So do you want to achieve hacking? Hacking your hacking is also data protection and privacy. So there's a balance. So now you want to also achieve your research, right? Okay. Now it's important for the data subject to be aware. So the exceptions are with conditions as well. That means the exceptions need to take into consideration the bill that we just formulated, the previous provisions, for example, the right to know how these data is going to be processed and so on and so forth, and there's transparency involved in the process. Those are prerequisites for the exception. So as for national security, as my friend Amadou has pointed out, I want to refer you back to the ECOWAS Supplementary Act on Data Protection and Privacy under Article 2, which says each member state shall establish a legal framework of protection for privacy of data relating to the collection, processing, transmission, storage, and use of personal data without prejudice to the general interest of the state. So the general interest of the state is highlighted. In other conventions, like the AU Malabo conventions, it says for the general interest of data flow, without prejudice to the interest of data flows. What ECHO says the general interest of the state. So you can see a difference of the regional body, which is AU, and the Supplementary Act of ECOWAS. But remember, Gambia signed the Supplementary Act in 2010 by the then Vice President, Madam SFNDC, was signed. The AU Malabo Convention is yet to be signed. Now I'm going to go back to Consulate. Consulate keeps asking the question of Malabo, and I was expecting it. When Consulate said, I have a question, that's why when he raised his hand, I wanted to write something. Yes, I have prepared for it. But the answer is, there are issues. Like right now, there are 14 signatories of the AU Malabo Convention out of the 55 member states. Out of those 14, 8 has ratified. It is a requirement for 15 countries to ratify, not to sign, for it to get to be enforced. So now, the other issue is the AU Malabo Convention is more from perspective, it's like a guide on how you're going to formulate your domestic frameworks on cybersecurity and personal data protection. The difference between it and the Budapest Convention, the Convention 108 or the GDPR for the Europe is like that one is enforced. Like all the states, you have to. Once they agree, it has to be translated. It's not like some kind of a guide you have to adopt. Instantly has to be translated. So this is the difference. And there's other issues, the issue of terminology. Like in the AU Maru Convention, there are terminologies that are inconsistent with our values here. Yes, like the issue of okay, let me just finish. Let me just finish. I'm gonna come to it, but let me just finish. Like issues of terminology. There are many terminologies. This is what is being debated. We are saying certain things, when you use those terminologies, you sign a ratify without a proposal for the AU Maru Convention to be revisited because they allow the provision. For you to send a provision, a proposal as a state, for them to revise certain context and try to adjust it in their next cities. So some states might be reluctant. I'm not saying the Gambia. I'm just giving you a general context. The state might be reluctant why they didn't go and sign the AU Convention because they believe that there are some states, some states that need to be done. On the other hand, some states are saying it is not enough. There should be more. For example, the issue of international cooperation has not been highlighted. So in the Budapest Convention, you have the issue of international cooperation, which is dealing solely on cybercrime, but you are able now to have this mutual assistance because of you have this influence. So these are some factors. Now, coming to the context of the Gambia, why did we not sign it still yet? Every country has a plan and a strategy on how we achieve things. In our National Cybersecurity Strategy of 2020 to 2024, it is part of the activities under specific objective 3, dimension 4, which says national international cooperation of the National Cybersecurity Strategy. It is for us to ensure the signature and ratification of the AU Maru Convention. But now I'll have to come back to the civil society and other stakeholders. The government wants to make this an inclusive process. We have planned to do this, but we cannot do it alone. We have to do stakeholder consultations and look at some of those terminologies that we think is not inconsistent with our morals and values before it opens floodgates. For people who are not trying to suppress the minorities, of course, but we have a culture. We have values that we want to maintain and retain that are positive. And we don't want to change those. So it has to be an inclusive process where you guys come on board and advise us. When it is planned, what is to be discussed next year? You know, the issue has to do with budget. Now, for you, 30 seconds. Okay, let me jump out to other answers. To be fair, yes.
Any background for any systems? It's money.
Okay. Okay, somebody mentions whether the bill talks about, is it covert operations? Someone says, is it covert? Oh, covert. Well, as I said, there are exceptions to national security. I know my friend will never agree with me. But it's not only national security that is highlighted. And I will tell you this. Every country, or even every compound, just go to the compound, your household, you cannot allow anything to happen. There are certain things when they happen, the household, the master will come and jump and say, no, this has to be investigated. But you cannot tell the complete, I'm coming to investigate you. You cannot. So there's balance, but it has to be within the context of the law. So our law, the bill that we drafted, provides for that condition that it has to be lawful. So if anybody comes to you for unlawful processes and it cannot produce any documentation, you don't have to abide by it. It has to be formal. So now the issue of now doing pen testing, like that of by structure, that without checking the person's background. One, for you to come and pen test, for example, as a white hat hacker, your services have to be solicited by the institution. Now, if they solicit your services, they would have to do an evaluation to see whether you meet the criteria set out in the terms of reference of their project for you to come and do a test. If you are a grey hat, it's different. Grey hat do things without authority, and then later they tell you this is it. So if you forgive them, you apply. If you don't, it's a different. So the check and balances that, sorry, the accountability factor that you can use is not disclosure agreement. Because in the IT industry, there's an issue of what we call trust. If you don't trust an entity, you cannot you don't deal with them. If you trust them, sign a non-disclosure agreement, hold them to account if they disclose their information or they do any other malpractice. Yes. Like based on based on my own based on my own experience, we have at the ministry level. I don't know of other institutions. I have to be very honest. I have not seen anyone who has come to us to do a pen testing without us going through a background check. We have not gone through that process. Now, for police and others, I cannot speak up on behalf of them because these are law enforcement. They have their own standard operating procedures which are different from ours. Yes.
We'll do a closing second, assessment, round of closing because we run out of time completely because we've gone 10 minutes into the other sessions. Maybe we can take some questions and then we can discuss this online, keep the conversation live online. But for now, I will request all the panelists and take advantage if there's anything that you wanted to say in your closing statement, like 30 seconds. And please stay in line. May I start with you, Omar? Please, 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel. I think from hearing the comments and also the questions, the starting point would be the responsibility is going to boil down to the individual or the institution or the entity, if you will. So one has to take value in personal data. I think it was said here that if you don't place value in it, somebody else is making money from it. And I think that that's where all the other bodies that step into either work in this area or support can intervene. So it starts with you. And at least in the UNDP Accelerator Lab, will be a partner to those bodies, and I think we'll do some outreach to some of the CSOs here afterward to try to work more closely with them in what we do. Thank you.
Excellent, Omar. Sanusi, your 30 seconds.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure coming to this event and also contributing and learning from other colleagues that have come here. My personal appeal would be speaking of security is a collective responsibility. The advocacy, we need to push it forward. And it's good news that the ministry has signed an agreement with NATCO, which is the National Commission for UNESCO in the Gambia, to implement a cybersecurity awareness raising campaign. So we have limited funding. We want to plan seminars, awareness raising campaigns, reaching to the grassroots level, engaging civil society and others. Hopefully, this will raise the level of awareness. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we need to be doing more IGS and reaching out to the grassroots in relation to this, especially on practical cybersecurity training, but most especially the university. The honest truth is, like I said, Gambia doesn't have the talent pool. Most of the people doing this, they are trying on rubber basis. So we need to move fast on that, especially and then the data protection bill. The framework was sent like 2 years ago. Gambia, it's a good loss. I engage people, let's work on it. But it takes forever. Now we're in election season. Thank God the access to information has been signed by the president. This bill too needs to come real quick. I know there's no time, but we need to move fast because a lot of things are at risk for us.
Thank you, Brother Dauda. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you for giving me the floor for my closing remarks. I would just like to say, well, we at the SAT look forward to working with the relevant stakeholders, probably in near future to work with the citizens. Because this year is an election year, and then I guess for me personally, having worked in the telecom industry where I am dealing with data, I think it is high time that right time that the data privacy bill is here. But I have seen a lot of data breaches here. Even last week, I was just passing by Australia and I saw IEC posting our like list of names. I was like, okay,
So when they get the consent to post my data here, so I was okay. So but anyway, this we've at the start actually we look forward to such actually getting citizens to understand their right and also what to expect and what not to expect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. The term has different connotations differently. You have CSIRT, which stands for Computer Security Incident Response Team. So we just put their GMs, in the Gambia's Computer Security Incident Response Team. In other countries, they have CERT, Computer Emergency Response Team. So other school term CIRT, Computer Incident Response Team. So for us in the Gambia, I think the term start is created by Oxford University. But for us in the Gambia, we just try to go with the most conventional start.
Thank you. Nasiru?
Yes, thank you for having us. We, the GPU, of course, we are committed to ensure that the Data Protection Act is comes into fruition in the Gambia. We also will contribute to encouraging and even pushing for government to sign the protocol, the Malabo Protocol, and also bring into force the Act, Data Protection Act. We're also calling also for the rights of journalists in protecting their sources, in protecting whistleblowers as well, and we will also play our part in that. So,
thank you very much. Arnold?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to 5 seconds, with regard to what my brother just highlighted from the Ministry of Finance with regard to background check. This is very, very important. You know, I've been to the cybersecurity domain for almost over 5 years without the Gambia realizing who I am. And I do most of the consultancy job through the Africa Cybersecurity Alliance out of this country. So one of the Senegalese higher command in the Senegalese police was talking to Mahmoud Diop, the then IGP, and he spoke to him whether the police knows I am a Gambian. So this is how Mahmoud Diop was able to get to me. And along the line, you know what happened? The same background check that he is talking about. When I started supporting the Gambia police force, the Africa Cybersecurity Alliance support 27 countries in Africa to set up the police cybercrime unit. And when there was time for me to go to Senegal with one of my Kenyan brothers, to conduct a cybercrime training for the Senegalese law enforcement, because we already supported them to set up the cybercrime unit. When I reached in Dakar, they went and do a quick background check and realized that I am supporting the Gambia police force. I could not conduct the training. I was flown back to the Gambia. That shows you background check. Because the Senegalese intelligence that says they don't know what I'm doing with the Gambia police force. I could be a double agent. So his point, the point you are raising, the issue of background check, is very, very important. Because we are doing one of the most sensitive jobs. And you know what happened? I went to KVAT, and they also started like Gambia, okay, they're setting up cybercrime police. It's like Gambia don't have any interest in KVAT. It's bad on you. So the issue of background check, take it from me, is very, very important. We don't just need to allow people to come and engage into activities and get access to some highly sensitive information without us knowing their background. It's a pleasure being into this panel, and I'm very, very grateful that we had a fruitful discussion. I want to thank all the tankers for thanking people in thanking CBS. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And I just want to highlight a few things before I close in. There was something related to data center issues that was raised here. I think it's the government responsibility to look into getting their own data center. But there's a data center that is owned by the Gambia or Gambia government. It has a very big capacity, a very high. Yeah. So with that they should be able to keep the national data locally here. Look, I'm not against clouding our data, but then we look into there are a lot of issues, like regulatory issues. Whose law applied in when we cloud our data?
who is in charge of the security? And then those issues are very important. We need to take care of it. Also, awareness is very important. People need to know why they are on the social media, what should load on the social media, what they should do. If we didn't do that, we will be just creating more problems for ourselves. We are exposing ourselves, and the weakest link in the security network, computer security network, is the users, and those people should be well informed in the awareness field. Also, the state interferences should be looked into. They do it in the code name of security issues. But in some cases, we see wherein people's rights have been abused, and those should be considered. Lastly, people should reach out to National Human Rights Commission on all abuses they may feel they have been subject to. It does not mean that you only have to report domestic issues or work-related issues. You have cyber issues or online issues that you are being subjected to, which are wrong. It goes to the National Human Rights Commission. They will help you to investigate it and will take it redressed. National Human Rights Commission is here to accept your complaints and investigate and take necessary actions for the best of interest and your human rights.
Thank you very much, everybody. Please help me thank these gentlemen, panelists, for the wonderful delivery, and yourself for your being a very engaging audience. It's been a very good pleasure, and thank you. We'll hope that by the time we meet here next year, we have very positive response from MOICI and all the other stakeholders in terms of how we move further towards better data protection and more privacy for the Gambia and the Gambian people. So help me thank everybody. Over to you.
Session we just had. Now we are having a very important conversation before we go into launch and we come into the drafting of our communique. This session is very important because it's connecting the unconnected, collaboration and community networks. It's going to be moderated by Langlo. So he's going to be moderating this session, the Deputy Director for ICT at the Ministry of Information, Communication and Infrastructure. So that's very important. We have the Senior Manager for ICT, Amadou Sow. I think I saw him earlier. Please, Amadou Sow, please can you come here, please? Amadou Sow. We also have the Managing Director for the Gambia Submarine Cable. I don't know if he's joining us online, Lamin Jabi. We have Umajan from the Accelerator Lab. Is connecting the unconnected, and it's important you want to be in this session. Mr. Jerry, thank you very much. Randy will be moving here. We also have from the National Youth Council, Abdullah So, I'm sorry, Halaji Jaju, and we have from the Serekunda Internet Exchange Point, Abdullah So. So I don't know if he's here, but we have Jiran Donga, who is joining us, and Jibril Jane. From which organization, Jibril Jane? From the National Assembly. So from the National Assembly, so our National Assembly too are also involved in this discussion. So without much ado, I will hand over to Lang because this connecting the unconnected, it basically deals with our whole theme of this national IGF. If we look at it holistically from where we started, yesterday, and from our main team, which dealt with digital inclusion and access for a resilient Gambia. If people are not connected, nothing will happen. So it's good we have the policy people moderating. So, Lam, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining this important session. We want to welcome all of you, and especially those also that are joining us online. So here I am wearing two caps, but I am here on behalf of ISOC. As you all know, some of you may know, I am the Vice Chair of the Internet Society. And when you talk about connecting the unconnected, ISOC is doing a lot of work around there, trying to get people access to the internet. So I'm moderating this session as a result of my position in ISOC, not as an employee of the government. So we first of all want to introduce those on the high table, our panelists. To start with, on my immediate right is Mr. Sau, and Mr. Abdullah Sau is from Pura. And Mr. Sau is a senior ICT manager in Pura. My immediate left, Mr. Jabi. Mr. Jabi is not somebody new here. Yesterday he was here and gave us a lot of information regarding regulation and how we're getting internet into the country. And he is the DG of the GSC. On my far left, we have Mr. Omar Jan, who is the coordinator at the UNDP Accelerator Hub. So, gentlemen, welcome to this session. We also have Bilan, who is joining us remotely, and the only lady. Welcome on board, Bilan, and we are happy to have you again today. So, to get into this topic, very, very important, and you understand that all the topics that came yesterday, we were talking about inclusion, access, down to connecting the unconnected. Especially we discussed on yesterday, we centered around getting internet to the remote area in the country, very, very vital. And we just want to start that. I know most of us, when we sit here, we wonder what would life be without internet. Like when we wake up, the first thing we do is look at our social media connection and see what is happening, check our email. That's like a ritual for us. And if we don't have internet, we are like some part of us. Something is missing. Now imagine that there are also a lot of many people, men and women, young people in the Gambia who are not benefiting from this. They wake up, there's no internet, there's no access. And you tend to put yourself in their position. So you tend to wonder how life is with those people who are predominantly in the rural area and mostly comprised of the young and also female. Yesterday, Patu Kamara gave us some insight regarding low access of internet, the gender gap, and we have about 26% of women having access to social media sites. So there's a lot of gap. So all this the unconnected are missing out the great opportunities that the internet offers.
in terms of efficient communication, education, better opportunities, healthcare, even, doing finance and transactions. So therefore, this discussion will be centered around this. How do we get these people on board? How do we also get them to benefit from what we are benefiting? So to start with, I'll start with Mr. Self. We during the discussion yesterday, a lot of things came out regarding, always when we talk about why are people not connecting to the internet, we talk about cost. Maybe it has to do also the regulator has a lot of stake in that. So we also understand that the Gambian ecosystem, has taken a particular stride. That is, we have two predominant different company that controls the market. So I think you guys call it the duopoly kind of, as opposed to monopoly. So what is Pura doing, or how do we remove these barriers, with regard to duopolies to allow people to get connected to the internet, or how can we also support other players in the market, for example, the ISPs, so that it will be easier for us to get the unconnected to get access to the internet. What do you?
Thank you very much, Milan. It's a very important subject that we are discussing here, and that is digital inclusion. We all know we live in an internet age right now where everybody wants to be connected. I'll just give a short story of an experience we had a few years ago when we were conducting a bunch of our talk. We went around the Gambia just to see challenges that consumers are faced with in terms of ICT use. And in almost all the remote villages that we visited up country, the outcry was for internet. You go to these villages and be very surprised, especially outside of rural communities, you find people with the latest smartphones. And when I say latest, I mean very latest smartphones with no internet access. And as soon as they know it's Quora, all they will ask for is how do you get us or help us to be connected. Another good news and development. We are not where we want to be, but there are some developments. I mean, we have a couple of our GSM operators who have improved on their network rollout and have deployed, I think, 3G almost, when I say almost, most of the places that they're covering now, they have 3G available. At least that help those communities to be connected online. In terms of how do we get everyone to be connected, I think it's to start from the policymakers. How do the policymakers help in terms of setting up policies that would create business environment or an enabling environment for these businessmen to also invest in areas where they will not be making money. We all know that businessmen would want to invest and recoup on their investments and make money. And deploying a cell site in certain communities, they might see it to be very profitable, which sometimes could be a challenge for them to invest in those areas. Taxes are expensive. I am not a tariff expert. Our tariff expert was here yesterday. I'm sure he has talked about costs and all of those. But one of the main issues that the operators would also cry about is high taxes levied on them, which also makes it very difficult for them to roll out in some of these villages. So to start with, I think the policymakers need to try to come up with policies to support some of these operators to roll out in remote villages. I know in other countries what they do is have universal access fund where operators will contribute and the funds that are generated is used to deploy networks in areas where they may not want to be present because it does not make a business case for them. This is something we could do in the Gambia. The only reason why it wasn't done was, for one, operators were investing and deploying networks in many areas, and two, we didn't want to be collecting the money sitting there with no projects, because then you're inviting politicians to come and use the money for something else. If you do not have a plan, collecting money to be kept somewhere without you being ready to deploy something, you're just inviting the politicians to come get the money and use it for something else. This was something we learned from other African countries where they have established the agencies that are collecting money with no projects, and then the money is being used for something else. But politicians, I think, need to start helping us come up with good policies that is going to help us and help investors to invest in some of these areas. In terms of dominance in the market, I think competition is what addresses that. And we have seen operators who were last entrant in the market and have grown very fast. But I mean, like I said, I'm not an economist, I'm a technician, but I think if there's a level playing field and they all compete, then definitely they will all grow where they should be. In terms of regulation, I think much also needs to be done. Also trying to encourage those that are lagging behind to move on. But we have to get the right frameworks and laws that will mandate them to do it. Currently, our law did state that we are technology neutral. I mean, if you want to deploy services, we cannot force you to deploy certain technologies. So as long as you can deploy the service, regardless of which technology you use, you can force it through that. So in a nutshell, I'll stop for now. Progress and
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. So. Matthew mentioned the different issues regarding getting the unconnected connect in terms of policy, and of course going to review the taxes again, as well as the UAS, which we discussed yesterday as very important part of allowing people, reducing the cost and getting more people to connect. So I'll move to Mr. Jami. The first question I want us to discuss is your experience, in regards to being the manager of the landing station. What are some of the things that could be done to get the disadvantaged communities online, especially about the schools, healthcare centers, and so on? So I understand when the consortium was made formed, there were provisions for this kind of things. It has never materialized. What are the challenges? What do we need to do as a country to allow these communities to make use of the gates?
Thank you very much. I think it's a very big and broad question. The answers are really in multiples. But at the GSC, like I said yesterday, the state-of-the-art infrastructure is there. And you have sufficient capacity, even if we have to immediately implement the broadband policy's target of 5 megabits per second for every Gambian or every person living in the Gambia, to be using that constantly, every day, 24 hours, every day of the month. That capacity is there. I mentioned yesterday that we have those challenges of getting the capacity to the Gambia, but the onward distribution of that particular capacity actually has some serious challenges. And then we outlined ECO1 and many others. But I think I would like to go in detail slightly, just within 5 minutes. I understand I'm very much conscious of the time constraints we have. But let me ask the question. I think our first challenge is the question of integrity. Integrity is also a very good capital. It's as good as money. You can use it anytime, anyhow. In fact, what you can do with it may be more than what you can do with money. This country is too small. If you travel in the morning seriously and physically for that matter, within 6 hours to 8 hours, you are at the other end of the country. Tell me, why would a particular given community have a constraint of access when the entire country is wired with fiber network called the ECO1? Tell me, why do those people really have to ask the question when we already have the legislations in place? We have the legislation that establishes the regulation. We have the legislation that is actually dealing with the information communication technology and the networks. We have so many other legislations. They may not be the best, but certainly they can turn out to be the best if those we call upon to work on them happen to be doing it in their very best way. That is why I raised the issue of integrity. And you have to start it. This is all about a discussion, frank discussion. You have a whole ministry for ICT whose budget line alone may not or cannot actually address its own operational requirements. Much more. If you want to think of any other capital expenditure on the part of that ministry for, let's say, maybe ICT access in the country. Some of the operators, even half of their yearly operational budgets is more than what our entire ministry is having for ICT. You need to take it seriously, or maybe should I say it this way, more seriously. And let's remember, now coming to the other issue, in a recently concluded sort of a report by 2019, it says, for Africa, we need nothing less than 100 billion US dollars to be able to address our access gap, to be able to connect the unconnected. Now, by 2000, a small country like Luxembourg, for example, had more international internet bandwidth usage than the entire African continent. 20 years later, we can boast of saying highly connected, mobile access in this country over 100% or whatever, but the reality is there. And what is that reality? If Africa has to invest nothing less than $100 billion, that estimation was given because of each individual person living in Africa within the population. That means for a Gambia with 2 million people as a population, what is our requirement in terms of investment for that access? We need nothing less than $200 million. And what are we getting? And the answer is, let us go and develop or get the universal access scheme as one of the answers. And then you hear the argument that maybe we really need to be careful. Because if you have that money, possibly, like when I just borrowed from my brother, the politicians will come and take it. And the regulator is set up to identify, to guide the market, and make sure that all networks licenses roll out within a certain parameters and they reach the front and the back, every corner of this country. Do we think we don't have projects to do? We have a lot. In terms of technology neutrality, it may not be a challenge for us, and I'm happy that my colleague from Pura said it. Technology neutrality simply means you as the regulator or the government, you cannot specifically go and say, we must use fiber, only fiber technology in this country. But where it is so required, there are exceptions. I think we need to look at that very critically. Then the other issue, the issue of ICT skills and content. Let us be very frank here. Of all of us here in this hall, we may think we have the skills, but what content are we using? That's the question. In this entire country of ours, go to our radios, go to our televisions, go online, go what comes on online, almost everything online. What percentage of that is a locally created content with value? Because you're not just creating an empty access. Physical devices connecting people saying hi, being members of the WhatsApp group. That's not the access we talk about. Developed countries, or countries that have made it, talk about Mauritius, talk about Singapore. When they are actually implementing their access challenges and addressing them, they turn that access into access of value, where the value actually is all about economic growth. But to be chatting on the WhatsApps and enhancing that or facilitating it doesn't actually bring about economic growth. I've listened carefully to the last session about cybersecurity and other things, because that is also dealing with a very important component of access. But I think we need to really go back to the drawing board and address the issue of the skills through content. Secondly, policy and regulatory issues. They are saying nothing less than almost 2.5 billion of that money would be needed for policy and regulatory initiatives. In our own country, since this morning or yesterday you sat here, what have you had? You don't have data protection legislation, cybersecurity initiative is not wholly complete. If you look at even the rollout plans, the licensing frameworks here and there, all these things are within a package that need to be addressed. I think it's high time, it's never too late. Network operations and maintenance are key. And obviously, capital expenditure on infrastructure. I slightly mentioned it yesterday. When they come and they ask for license, you give them license. But you give somebody a license with the license terms and conditions. Roll out within the first 5 years is this. This is where you want to be. But then now, if you license somebody, the next year you only will get yourself reminded of license because you want them to pay possibly $1 million. It's not the money that you want them to pay. That is not revenue generation for government. What the government may be interested in, and I believe what they are interested in, is that actual coverage, that rollout. What is the translation of that rollout in terms of economic value for the country and its people. That assessment, that projection, nothing to really measure that and look at, one of which is PURA, that is the national regulator. I think that is very key. And it's also very important to look at all these access issues we are talking about. If I ask any of us in this hall today and say, okay, you are saying we have access gaps and access issues, tell me, point those gaps to us or to me within the networks that we are having. Chances are, even from the regulator, we cannot do it. So the sincerity requirement is this. We must go back to the drawing board and come up with a network master plan, a national network master plan. Whether it is actually all out there or not, get your master plan with you and say, this is what we want. Have we got that? We don't. Because these master plans, when you have them, to know that this is the network master plan, it helps you with planning and deployment of networks and addressing access issues, where those issues are. We don't have it currently. And that mapping, I believe, is very central. Of course, as we talk about that access, the principal issue now would be the broadband. The Gambia, luckily, we have a broadband strategy that is adopted by the Ministry for ICT. Now, but this broadband strategy, the good thing that the Gambia did is in some other countries, their broadband, they come up with a special legislation, an act of parliament. So they took the legislative approach, sometimes that can be very inflexible. We have decided to take the policy approach. Come up with a policy first, put it in place, and draw. Obviously, you have to draw a strategy for the implementation of the policy, that is the broadband strategy. How much do we need to address that broadband strategy in terms of its objective? That's in millions of dollars. But how much money is the Ministry for ICT actually getting as its own budget? And let's be very frank and fair to even the regulator. Here you have a regulator where they are supposed to be very independent by virtue of the provisions of their own law. If I remember, either Section 15 or 14 of their Act. But if the same regulator keeps moving, you don't know who they are reporting to. In terms of ICT, we're going to the Ministry for whatever. In terms of other matters, we go to the Ministry for Finance. You know, that's statute, regulatory statute, certainty within them for them. I think it's very central. And I think it's very important that we allow them. You can give them the nice laws. You can tell them you are independent. But if you don't allow them to be independent and do things properly, certainly they won't be able to deliver much to our own expectation. And one way for that to happen, what is their budget? Who approves it? And I think this universal access, therefore, as part of the requirements, is very key. Because when we have that, we will definitely be addressing almost every need, be it the investment requirements for the gaps. We will create availability options. We should be able to address the access as well as issues of affordability. So these are the 4 areas that go around the broadband strategy in this country. At the level of the GSC, we have done, and I think the members have done, including the government, because remember, the GSC as a consortium, 90% of it is owned by the government. They have done all that they can to bring you the capacity. But I think what we now need to do more is to go back to that drawing board to address those barriers. And as I said in summary, they will definitely include how do we expand. Yesterday, the lady asked the question, why is it that if you go up country, the quality drops to a level that, in fact, access becomes a key constraint? One of the answers is simple. The percentage of our access to the internet in this country is not mobile-based, more of it. And then these operators are very wise. Like he said when he's introducing, they are businessmen. If I introduce the 4G technology within the rural areas, I will do it because I believe the market is there and the cost of my investment I can recoup it. But our country, you can have from my own people, if you go to the Senegal community over there in Basse, what do they get? They can get the best of the smartphones, like my friend said here. No access or very limited access because that technology which is being deployed there. You may seemingly be thinking that in fact you are on 3G. Chances are you are in fact below 2.5G. But these things need to be looked at. The base issues. How do you roll out your point of presence back to the master plan and so on? And I think it's also very important that if we want to really address the issue of affordable access, how do we lower the cost of the mobile devices that are coming into this country? That will require collaboration with the government and the other key stakeholders. These are some of the challenges I can so far outline, that we need this roadmap for most of these issues, cost, regulatory issues, policy issues, as well as that of the broadband. Once we have all that clear and empowering the regulator and the ministry with the right budget, the next thing would be the issue of monitoring the progress. How do we implement it? But in the Gambia, sadly so, we are really working with a time bomb. You know what that time bomb is? 60% of our populations are youth. The first thing that characterizes those youth is unemployment. The second thing that characterizes some of them, a greater part of them, is idleness. If you now have a lot of unemployment and a lot of idleness, what are we talking about? That is more than a national security crisis. How can we address that? Honestly, with a small country, if I had been told 3-4 years ago, Mauritius as a small country with lesser population than us can create such an access to a point that the volume of the money, the revenue they get from e-commerce alone is more than the volume of the e-commerce that Nigeria gets 3-4 years ago. And then Nigeria's volume on e-commerce as at that time, when we were looking at the report, it was more than 17 billion US dollars. Mauritius on top of Nigeria. How were they able to do it? And we sit down here, we will come every year to talk about this issue. I think we need to change the critical issue. It's not about network, it is the integrity. If you are called upon to do the work, if you can't do it, please, the country cannot wait for you. We need to move on. And we have the opportunity to do it because where you have crisis itself is an opportunity. I think we need to address that as an opportunity right now. So in concluding, I think we really need to go back to the drawing board as Gambians. We address the issue and look at ICT not as an enabler. In fact, today, ICT, in our own case as a small country, it is the super infrastructure on which all the others should be able to work. But then if you go anywhere, what is the interest base now? We are in this, we are in this. We keep singing the song agriculture. We found people doing that agriculture. And we will leave them doing it. But we need to be more focused with the ICT. That's where we can lead. That's why we can make our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Javi. That's brilliant intervention regarding getting our community access. And the things that stood out is we really need to go back to the drawing board. And with regards to ICT and investment, we will all agree that the issue is not only even government not putting money into ICT, that is one of the, but even the private sector also. You know, most of us work for the private sector, and then you're an IT guy, and you see investment that is put into IT is very, very minimal. You know, the resource, and they expect a lot. So maybe there are other underlying challenges that lead to that. You mentioned also that there is sufficient infrastructure, state-of-the-art infrastructure. But the key issue also is integrity, which is very, very vital, as monetary constraint. But before I come back to Mr. Sal regarding the independence of Pura and all those reporting mechanisms and how that can translate to getting more people online, I want to discuss about the skills and content.
which is application development. You mentioned very, very critical. And Grant is online. Is Grant still there? Grant, can you hear us? Yes. So Isaac, and of course the hub that you run, doing a lot of things about skills and content development. But we know that getting access to the internet, sometimes it's not only about getting the infrastructure or the network, but also there are issues of motivation, confidence, as well as also digital skills. To go into the internet and use it to develop systems or to benefit from it, especially for the youth population. So we want to understand what you are doing at that level as the Information Communication Technology Association in terms of honing these skills, encouraging local content development in this space. I also just want you to go forward to also discuss because one of my panelists talked about getting access to devices. I think this is very critical also. And in some institutions or in some countries, you see that the Information Communication Association takes a lead in terms of advocating for these cheap devices and making it available to the youth population because we've noticed that the digital device was actually closed with the coming of these devices. You mentioned even the people in the local area, they have access to these cheap devices. So it means the more we have people getting access to devices, which are also broadband enabled, the more we can increase access and connectivity in the local areas. So how do we get these two things, achieved with the help of ITAC and the work you're doing? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just maybe before I start, just to confirm whether everyone can hear me.
We cannot hear you. Looks like you moved.
I am not on mute.
Oh, no, you are not moved, but we cannot hear.
You cannot hear me.
Okay, just give us some time to check.
Okay.
How is it from us?
Speakers.
Yes. We're speaking now. I'm not sure people have spoken.
You have not spoken out.
No.
Yeah. Speaking out. Just a minute.
Yes. Or else we can move to Mr. Jan while we fixing the audio for Grant talking. Mr. Jan also working at the accelerator lab, and I think your job is trying to come up with innovative solution that could be tested in the Gambian context. And when we look at connecting the unconnected also, there are a lot of innovative solutions that are being developed around the world. For example, Google and Microsoft, they are working with this idea of the balloon or using drones to supply internet. They are very smart interventions. In the Gambia, we have seen people have started setting up hotspots, wireless hotspots to allow people to connect to the internet for very cheap fees. So these are all geared towards making the internet more accessible and connected to unconnected.
So I just want to understand maybe what you are doing at the Accelerator Lab to help get people more connected using some of these innovation resources so that you have around more, you can actually get the young people together to create and in terms of improving access and connection.
Thank you, Mr. Loom. So once again, my name is Omar Dan with the UNDP Acceleration Lab, and I heard a lot of interesting comments by my colleagues. I think I really like the we need to go back to the foundation, but I'll come to that over the course of what I have to say. But with UNDP, I think, and the UN in general, what we all try to do now centers on the SDGs. Those are the 17 goals that we're trying to achieve before 2030. And there's a pressing agenda for 2030. A lot of different elements that will contribute to growth and development, building on the Millennium Development Goals from the previous decade and a half. So with us, what we were trying to do, I explained the evolution of the lab, at least in my previous remarks. I'll not be repetitive on that, but essentially it came together to help accelerate these solutions, right? And some of the things that we have done with government and the private sector has been what we call the voluntary national review of the SDGs. The government is doing on the SDGs to attain them, and how we were part of that process to go into these communities and see exactly what was being done. So that maybe was the starting point, I think, with the accelerator labs. But I think I have to qualify that by saying we also came into being with at least 30 labs in Africa and 30 more around the world. So 60 altogether in 2019, and then from there we expanded, and now we're at around 92 countries covering 100 total. But again, all of us were trying to build what we call the world's largest learning network. So by default, we had to be digital. By default, we had to tap into these nice words that we talk about, creating data and starting a new way of work that is called working out loud. So a lot of what we did had to be dependent on the data that we were producing, people talking to us, but also sharing people's stories. And that was much of our focus. And we started off with the challenge of youth unemployment, trying to tackle this as a main challenge for the lab. Then COVID hit us, and we had to shift that to what we call citizen data. So that also is kind of shifted our focus from the SDGs only to now responding to COVID. And there is where it got really interesting because of the need to have data on who we were going to support. So UNDP intervened in the tourism sector and supported, at least with cash transfers, these operators who were working there as informal workers in the informal market, be it those at restaurants, be it those at the beachside, or whoever. And the means through which we got through to them was actually using mobile money services. And that goes back to some of the comments we made because we were hindered by the fact that there's a lack of interoperability. It's even more tedious for us that if you had those who are FSL mobile holders, for instance, you can only facilitate the process using FSL. You had QCell and GAMCell and the others. It became a process that exposed the gap, at least, that we all know about, and I'm sure you heard about on the first day. Now, after that, we also started seeing that the issues that were brought about by the closures could not be solved without going digital once more. A lot of people had to go to working at home, and they didn't know some of the services that were available to them. So one of the first things the Accelerator Lab did was work with the private sector to create a TV show that helped people understand how they can at least have a sense of business continuity when COVID hit us. So when that happened, we partnered with a group called High Tech Show and created 13 episodes that some of the entrepreneurs that you heard from today were featured on, who showed things like teleconferencing platforms, e-commerce platforms, and other digital services that they can use to ensure business continuity. And this was a first step to letting the private sector know, but also just the general economy, that it's still open for business. So that was one of the first things that we had to respond to COVID with, having shifted from just a pure SDG focus to now also responding to COVID. Shortly after that, we also received through our UNDP bureau in New York what's called a response facility. And with this, what we did was the project that I explained earlier about the Lumos, supporting them to continue operating with an e-commerce platform. But this again exposes something that the previous speakers mentioned, which is for me the underlying factor, and that's digital literacy. If we don't have digital literacy, we can keep talking digital, but it's not going to make a difference. So what we saw was, at least with the Lumos, a majority of the traders were women, and a lot of these women were also not literate in general. But when you came to digital literacy,
Something that saat ini posisi